Trump's feud with the military continues to go on. California gives us one of the dumbest headlines we've heard in a news cycle in a very, very long time. Kamala Harris meets with Jacob Blake and says that she's proud of him. And China shows off their new vaccine. I'm Jay Edgar, and this is Contemporary. Good morning, folks, and welcome to Contemporary. My name is Jay Edgar. We've got not as much to get to today. This is going to be a bit of a shorter show. I actually had to look around to try and find stuff to talk about, but there is stuff to talk about this week. So let's go ahead and get down into it and see what we've got. Let's get the live chat up here. Looks like we've got some people over on Instagram today, which is a little bit rare at this time, and some people over on the YouTube. So it's usually a DLive dominated show, but we've got people everywhere today. But before we get started, head on over to freedomscoop.com. Freedomscoop.com is going to be your one-stop shop for all of your news and commentary needs. We carry my shows. We carry the Daily Ignoramus. We also carry the Freckles and Britt Show, the Breakdown with Breckenhoff, the R-Rated Conservative, and the Generational Gap, which you can check out on their new night tomorrow night. Or you can go back and look at John doing archery from over on the Generational Gap as well. That's up there, ready for you to go. So go on over there and check us out and pick up some of our swag and help us support great creators. All right, let's get up into the stocks here and see what we've got going on in news for that over there. We're going to start by looking at the exact same chart that we looked at yesterday because the stock markets were closed yesterday. So, yep, it just showed a little bit of a smiley face up and down and closed a 0.5% low. We talked about this yesterday, so there's not a whole lot to go over with this. So let's keep going here. From Investors Business Daily. Dow Jones today, futures falter as Tesla dives, Nikola soars on GM partnership, chips hammered from Alan R. Elliott. The Nasdaq-led stock futures lower Tuesday as the market prepared to restart after the holiday weekend. Two uneven losses. Electric automaker Tesla dived, rising competitor Nikola soared on a news of a partnership with General Motors. Apple tumbled more than 3%, leading the early declines on the Dow Jones today. Nasdaq 100 futures drilled down to a 3.2% loss on early Tuesday action. S&P 500 futures lagged 1.2% below fair value, while Dow Jones futures dropped 0.5% on the stock market today. Markets across Asia booked solid session on Tuesday as benchmarks in Hong Kong and Shanghai snapped 4-day declines. Europe's markets moved sharply lower as Britain braced for a no-deal outcome to negotiations following its January Brexit from the European Union. Tesla unraveled more than 11%, the Nasdaq 100's worst early decline. Chip stocks were falling hard as the U.S. effort to add China Semiconductor Manufacturing International to its highly restricted entity list continued. ASML Holding, Nvidia, Applied Materials, and AMD all tumbled between 5 and 6%, leading the losses among the S&P 500 stocks. Wait, Britain hasn't left the EU yet? It's been 4 years! Literally. They've been talking about this since, their election happened before Trump's did. And every time they do, they get a bigger margin of saying, yes, let's get the hell out of the European Union. And they're still there. Maybe they'll have another vote at this time. Oi, mates, we're going to vote until you get it right, all right? Because we're going to stay in here whether you like it or not. Wonder how the Irish feel about that. The best early move on the Nasdaq 100 came from Dow Jones stock, Walgreens Boots Alliance rising 0.6%. Facebook, Amazon, Alphabet, and Netflix all dropped more than 3%. Yeah, we talked a bit about that last night too, and the fact of the matter is a lot of these Democrat governors across the country got the small businesses out of the way so that Amazon and Google and all these other big companies that have a web presence can just go charging forward. Get in there and get all that good stuff, get all that nice goodness, all that good business, and hey, you dare not open because we said so. Lululemon Athletica slipped 0.9% ahead of its second quarter results due after today's closing bell. Let's check. I want to read a little bit of this partnership here. Looks like we don't really have coronavirus. Well, it's way down towards the end. It'll be long after we stop reading here, but let's look at this partnership here because this is news to me as well. GM set atop the S&P 500 up 7.8% after announcing a strategic partnership with Phoenix, Arizona-based electric vehicle maker Nikola. The deal gives GM an 11% stake in Nikola, reportedly in return for providing in-kind services. Nikola vehicles will use GM's Ultium battery system and hydraulic fuel cell technology. Nikola management said it expects to reduce battery and powertrain costs by $4 billion and engineering costs by $1 billion. Over the next decade, the share of Nikola was worth about $2 billion, according to Nikola's day-end market capitalization of $13.47 billion on Friday. Nikola shares jumped more than 38% early Tuesday. GM also announced it was broadening its partnership with Honda Motors to include shared vehicle platforms in both electric and internal combustion engines. So GM is moving forward. They're picking up Honda, which, as we said on Friday, I kind of wonder how Honda has to feel about that. Or I'm sorry, Toyota's got to feel about that because GM and Toyota have been in bed for together for decades at this point. And the whole thing with Nikola, I mean, we started hearing about them coming up throughout the stock market rally that we saw from March to now. But all of a sudden now they're partnering with GM, so they're going to be just another GMC, apparently. I don't know. We'll watch this one as we go along. I'm into cars, so this actually interests me, and we'll be paying attention to this as we go along here. But we'll move off of this one here and see what CNBC has to say about the stocks before we move into what might possibly be the dumbest headline of the news cycle. NASDAQ futures dropped 3% following tech's worst rout since March. Tesla falls 15%. From Fred Imbert, Yoon Lee, and Eustace Wang. Futures on the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 were set to fall sharply early Tuesday after technology shares suffered their worst sell-off in more than 5 months last week. NASDAQ 100 futures fell 3.1%. Futures on the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 200 points, or 0.7%. S&P 500 futures were off by 1.3%. U.S. markets were closed on Monday in observance of Labor Day. Here's what traders are watching. Tesla plunged 15% after the S&P Dow Jones indices failed to add the surging and speculative stock to the S&P 500 after the bell Friday. Investors were betting on inclusion of the stock into the S&P 500, hoping for a stamp of approval on the rally by S&P. The snub shows risk to the overheating NASDAQ trade. Other hot NASDAQ stocks were hit hard in early trading. Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Alphabet were all down more than 3% in pre-market trading Tuesday. Apple dropped 5.3%, and Nvidia was off 6.6%. Zoom video fell by 5%. Apparently people are going back to school, and that's making the Zoom people say, hey, we don't want to invest in your shit anymore. But hey, it's a good thing for Zoom that it's still, at this point, the standard for podcasting. And I don't know why. Well, I do know why, because Google Hangouts and Discord are both memory hogs. Shares of SoftBank dropped 7% on Monday in Japan as it was identified as a big option buyer, making a bet in the billions on tech stocks continuing to surge. The tech trade could lose some of its firepower if SoftBanks were to curb those bets. There was a clear rotation of the hot tech stocks and into stocks that would benefit from the economy reopening from the coronavirus. Shares of Disney, UPS, and Ford were higher in pre-market trading. So people are going to be going back to doing tourism over the winter, buying and sending shit, which I would think that UPS would have stayed up during, well, no, I suppose Amazon does the USPS almost exclusively, but UPS might have been up during the lockdown, not during the reopening, and Ford because everyone's going to go out and buy a vehicle now. Drug maker CEOs pledged to make the safety the main priority in developing a coronavirus vaccine. On Friday, stock snapped a 5-week winning streak after big reversal in major technology stocks Steep losses in Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Facebook, 2020's market leaders, drove the tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite down 3.3% to suffer its worst week since March 20th. The Dow and the S&P 500 fell 1.8% and 2.3% last week, respectively, posting their biggest weekly losses since June. So, we've got a few things that are moving around in all the stocks here, so something to watch, definitely, something to keep an eye on as we go, and hopefully your investors will keep your retirements well stocked so that by the time you're 60 and Social Security is gone, you can still have a hope of going fishing. All right, let's read the dumbest headline I have read since I started Contemporary, and there is some competition for that, by the way. We will take it from Fox News. California official says family behind gender reveal party that triggered El Dorado fire could have to foot the bill report. So, this wildfire that we've been watching since last week came from a gender reveal party. I don't have words for this. I really don't. Let's see what Lucas Manfredi has to say, because he might have words for this. Bennett Milloy, a spokesperson for California's Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, told the Daily Mail that the couple whose gender reveal party triggered the El Dorado wildfire could be liable to foot the bill for the destruction, which is expected to cost millions. According to a news release by the agency on Sunday, the fire, which is determined to have been started by a smoke-generating pyrotechnic device for the gender reveal party, began at 10:23 a.m. on September 5th in the El Dorado Ranch Park in Yucaipa. The fire spread from the park to the north to the Yucaipa Ridge. The ridge separates Mountain Home Village and Forest Falls from the city of Yucaipa. I like that name, Yucaipa. I'm going to name a child Yucaipa. That's what I'm going to do. Malloy told the outlet that the couple hosting the party was still on the scene when firefighters arrived. We know how it started because they were still there, Malloy said. That and the fact that there were surveillance cameras in the park. Though it is unknown if the couples are local residents, Malloy told Daily Mail that they're liable to foot the bill for the entire... I'm sorry, I read that wrong. They're likely to foot the entire bill, for putting the fire out, which is expected to cost millions of dollars in suppression costs. The couple could also face a variety of criminal charges, which would be more severe depending on if homes were destroyed. According to Malloy, the family could be hit with violations of Public Resources Code and even arson under California's Penal Code, Section 452, arson convictions can result in sentences of up to 9 years. They genuinely believed it was an accident, Malloy said, but I think now they understand the gravity of the situation. While he did not disclose the family's names, he noted that they would be released if charges were pressed. This is beyond stupid. And honestly, with everything else that happened, with the lockdowns, with city services being cut, with wildfires all the time, with rolling blackouts, and now the fact that if you actually have an accident in a forest park because of their mismanagement of controlled burns and the brush that lays below these parks, the state has mismanagement. That's part of the reason they have wildfires. Why in fuck's name would you ever live in California anymore? With everything else that's happened this past year, this has got to be the big thing for the migration out of California. This has got to be the big sell for this. You could go to prison for 10 years if you have an accident. If you have the best of intentions, the best at all, 10 years of prison and millions of dollars to make up for California's mismanagement. Well, at least their brush got fucking burned off. Why does anybody live there anymore? Seriously. I'd be packing my bags and getting the fuck out of there as quick as I could. course, for the first time, as soon as a mayor or a governor told me that I had to unplug appliances at a certain time for electricity that I paid for, I'd have already been done with it, but that's another story for another time. So yeah, that's what we're seeing out of the state of California. Alright, let's keep going here. I've got a few from Mr. Trump's administration. Starting with CNN. Trump launches unprecedented attack on military leadership he appointed from Barbara Starr and Ryan Brown. And this came to me via Britt from the Freckles and Britt Show, posting it up on Twitter as a retweet from Look at Me, I'm Jim Acosta. Look over here, look at me. Also over on Twitter. President Donald Trump launched an unprecedented public attack against the leadership of the U.S. military on Monday, accusing them of waging wars to boost the profits of defense manufacturing companies. Yet, when I say it into the Golden Edsblog Productions microphone, they don't call it an unprecedented attack. And I've been saying this since I bought this microphone. I'm not saying the military's in love with me. The soldiers are. The top people in the Pentagon probably aren't, because they want to do nothing but fight wars so that all those wonderful companies that make the bombs and make the planes and make everything else stay happy, Trump told reporters at the White House news conference. Well, yeah, also the Clinton Foundation, the fucking Bush family, Halliburton, Raytheon. Who else does this shit? Stark Industries? No, wait, that's a fictional one for the Marvel Universe. But you get the same idea. There are literally 3 movies in the MCU about a guy who got loaded out of his mind enough that he can make 7 personal steel suits and then call them iron. From selling weapons to the nation because they want to go to war. And that's in liberal fucking Disney. Trump's extraordinary comments come as several defense officials tell CNN relations between the president and Pentagon leadership are becoming increasingly strained. They also followed efforts by Trump to convince the public that he had not made a series of reportedly disparaging remarks about U.S. military personnel and veterans, which were first reported by The Atlantic magazine. Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a bit as well. A former senior advisor official confirmed to CNN that Trump referred to the fallen U.S. service members at the Aisne Marne Cemetery in crude and derogatory terms during a November 18th trip to France to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I. Other outlets, including Fox News, have confirmed much of the Atlantic's reporting, which Trump and the White House vehemently deny. Yeah, that story fucking disappeared too. Some have expressed concern that the president's Monday accusations against the military top brass could have a corrosive effect. The president's comments about the motivations of military leaders not only demeans their service and that of those they lead, he lends credence to the very disdain and thoughtlessness that he tries to deny, retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral and CNN analyst John Kirby said. The Pentagon did not respond to a request for comment on Monday's remarks. While Trump has publicly disparaged the service of several high-profile veterans, such as the late Senator John McCain, Warhawk, and his former Secretary of Defense, General Jim Mattis, Warhawk, Monday's broadside was on a new level, targeting leaders he appointed to carry out his orders. All right. First things first. We got to start first things first on this one. We got to start from the beginning of this. First off, the people right now that are standing up, screaming in support of the military, that are screaming that Trump is being evil to military leadership, that he's disparaging them for saying that all they wanted to do was go over to the Middle East and start another war so that they could make money, are the same fucking people that were disparaging these people 4 years ago under Barack Obama. It's amazing how much they love the military top brass going out and starting wars right now because they're against Trump, because they did things against Trump. It's amazing to me how much they love fucking Jim Mattis and the big mustache dude, John Bolton. It's amazing how much they love these guys because they don't like President Trump and he's the evil orange man, so the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Fuck that. And it is no secret. Like I said, Tony Stark over in the Marvel Cinematic Universe got rich for selling weapons to the military, and then, like I said, he changed his tune at the end of all of it, but still, he got all that money from the military-industrial complex. It's not like this is a secret, people. It's not like we don't know that this is going on. But yes, now they're coming up and saying, oh yeah, no, we want the military to go out and start the wars because it's good for the economy. And evil orange man is bad. This is just fucking ridiculous. Confirmed that the Democrats can be war hawks as long as it goes against President Trump. Alright, let's keep going here. From the New York Post, speaking of the giant mustache, John Bolton denies claims that Trump called fallen soldiers losers, from Emily Jacobs. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton reiterated his skepticism over a report alleging that President Trump disparaged America's war dead during a 2018 trip to France. Bolton, who turned from friend to foe to the commander-in-chief after leaving the White House, said during an interview on Monday with Fox News' Martha MacCallum that the allegations were simply false. According to what the article said, the president made disparaging remarks about soldiers and people buried in the cemetery in connection with the decision for him not to go to the ceremony that was planned that afternoon, and that was simply false, Bolton told the network. I don't know who told the author that, but that was false. The main issue was whether or not weather conditions permitted the president to go out to the cemetery, Bolton added. Bolton was still serving in the Trump administration at the time and was present at the trip in question. Was he there, or was it just his mustache? Because, I mean, you could probably tell he could hide behind the fucking thing. Last Thursday, The Atlantic published a report citing 4 unidentified sources that accused the president of refusing to go on a scheduled visit to East Marne American Cemetery, I don't know if I pronounced that right or not, to see the graves of fallen U.S. Marines during a 2018 trip. And I haven't reported on this for so much. I haven't commented on this yet because this was just ridiculously stupid. No, he didn't say that. Especially not in private with a bunch of fucking warhawks standing around him. Are you out of your fucking mind? They would be the first ones to run to one of these news outlets if he actually said something like this. Because they want him to go out and start another war, and he has yet to do that. No, he is not going to make a disparaging remark about a soldier around a war hawk. My God. Think about this just a little bit. The White House and President Trump and former West Wing staffers have vehemently denied the allegations. So, yeah, no. I mean, Bolton can be honest when he wants to be, and when it doesn't involve going out and bombing a bunch of fucking brown kids. So, yeah, that's what I have to say on that one there. And like I said, it's no secret that Raytheon is pulling the strings of foreign policy. We all know that. Alright, let's keep going. Let's move off of one government idiot into the next. Pelosi's Labor Day tweet paying homage to hardworking families gets panned amid salon fallout from Fox News by Edmund DeMarche. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was accused by critics last week of using her platform to damage local hair salon owner in San Francisco, was called out on Monday over a tweet she posted celebrating the hardworking families across the U.S. on Labor Day. Over generations, working people across America built the middle class and secured progress for hardworking families, Pelosi wrote. House Democrats are unified in our commitment to America's working families. Happy #Labor Day. The tweet did not sit well with some commenters who pointed to her recent visit to a hair salon. Security footage obtained by Fox News, timestamped last Monday at 3:08 p.m., showed the speaker walking through eSalon SF with wet hair and without a mask. And they protested outside of her house with hair dryers hung up, and it was hilarious. And a great time was had by all. I love this news cycle. Even if I have to read stupid shit like we're gonna sue the families that did a gender reveal party and started the wildfire that came because we can't manage brush in our state, even if I have to read stupid shit like that, I still love this news cycle. Salons in San Francisco have been closed since March and were notified they could reopen on September 1st for outdoor hairstyling services only. Pelosi said she was set up. It's a setup! It's a setup! The government's here! Hide your liquor! By the salon owner and is owed an apology. Erica Cayos denied Pelosi's allegation, which sparked some critics of the speaker to accuse her of trying to hurt a small business owner trying to provide for her 2 young children. One commenter responded to Pelosi's tweet, "Is this the same middle class that set you up, or no?" Another wrote, "Nice hair." Pelosi's office did not immediately respond to an email seeking comment from Fox News. The tweets were not all negative. Yes, because she's got a simp army that stands behind her that says, "Yes, Queen, Queen, slay, slay." And some thanked her for defending workers in the country. Some commenters brought up the negotiations over a new coronavirus stimulus package. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin said Sunday that Pelosi is refusing to negotiate unless Republicans are willing to spend at least $2.5 trillion. Or, alternatively, you could just open up the fucking economy and a lot of the shit will sort itself out. The speaker has refused to sit down and negotiate unless we agree to something like a $2.5 trillion deal in advance, Mnuchin said. As you know, we put $3 trillion onto the economy when the economy was completely shut down, and now we've reopened the economy. Let's do a more targeted bill now, and if we need to do more in 30 days, we'll continue to do more. I don't know, that sounds like a fucking good idea. Take it a little bit at a time, because the economic situation is going to shift and change. Pelosi said that the Democrat proposal would help working families in the country by giving tax breaks to the wealthy people in her district. Struggling to buy food and pay rent, she said in an interview that the Republican proposal has zero funding for rents and next to nothing for food security. Really? Because I read it. And it does. Alright, that's all we're going to read up off of this one here. I thought you guys would enjoy that one. This is a bit of a slower news day, so we get to talk about stupid shit like this without being engulfed by the fact that Portland is on night 102 of violence. Alright. Speaking of Nancy Pelosi, from the Daily Wire, it's infuriating. San Francisco gym owners angry after gyms open in government buildings. From John Brown. Some private gym owners in San Francisco are incensed after learning that gyms in government buildings have been open for some time, despite coronavirus lockdown edicts that have kept private gyms shuttered. Danielle Rabkin from CrossFit Golden Gate told NBC Bay Area that such a revelation made her angry. Is it Danielle? Yeah, it is Danielle. It just only has one L. That's weird. Especially after she tried hard to keep her business afloat. It's shocking. It's infuriating. Even though they're getting exposed, there's no repercussions, no ramifications. It's shocking, she said. When Rabkin reached out to the police to offer them the opportunity to work out at her facility, she reportedly learned that they were able to do so at the SFPD Northern District Police Station. The Hall of Justice Gym, another facility where city employees frequent, has been open since July 1st. Dave Carricker, who owns a gym called MX3 Fitness, said, "It just demonstrates that there seems to be some kind of double standard between what city employees are allowed to do and what residents of San Francisco are allowed to do. What the city has unwillingly done is create this great case study that says that working out indoors is actually safe." Carricker said, "So at this point we're just demanding that they allow us to have the same workout privileges for the citizens of San Francisco that the employees of San Francisco have." When the NBC Bay Area reached out to the city government for comment, they were told that only that the current health order does not allow indoor fitness gyms to operate, and per Mayor London Breed's latest reopening announcements, privately owned gyms have to stay closed until at least the end of the month. The gyms are the latest apparent coronavirus double standard for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's district. Pelosi stoked outrage last week when footage emerged that showed her secretly getting a blowout in a salon, which would normally be shut to indoor patrons. And we know what went along with that because Erica Cayo said it was a slap in the face, as you know. So, yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, I understand the fact that I don't want my cops getting soft if they're going to enforce the law, especially if they're going to enforce the draconian law over in California. If they're going to go to a gym full of jacked up CrossFitters to try and shut them down, I want them to at least have been to the gym themselves. You know? But I digress on that one there. That's another story for another time. But I mean, they're absolutely right. I mean, the only difference at this point is that these are government officials that are able to use the gym, and your yous and your me's aren't allowed to do so. I do have to wonder what San Francisco's take is on outdoor exercise at this point, because that's got to be a little bit different too. So, yeah, there are a few things going on here, a few things that we need to look at, and I mean, once again, it is time to open everything up because nobody gives a fuck about any of this anymore. Even Pelosi doesn't care. Well, there's evidence to show that she never cared. It was just trying to put more rules on people to see what they would do. But yeah, nobody cares about any of this shit anymore. So let's just open it back up. We'll take our chances. All right, let's keep going here from the New York Post. Watch, Black Lives Matter protesters harass Pittsburgh diners from Aaron Feist. No, we're not going to watch a dog hilariously fight over a spot on this comfy chair. That's not what I was promised. That's false advertising, New York Post. A raucous contingent of Black Lives Matter protesters harassed white diners over the weekend in Pittsburgh, hurling insults before one demonstrator stole a drink off one pair's table. Do any of these people carry guns or knives or anything at this point? It's Pittsburgh, so maybe not, but cell phone footage posted on Twitter shows the protesters converge on a restaurant's outdoor dining area on Saturday in the Steel City. "Fuck the white police that built this system," one demonstrator could be heard yelling at the patrons, some of whom grabbed their belongings and walked away. The group approached an older man and a woman who stayed put, with a female protester clad in a shirt reading "Nazi lives don't matter." That's a great message to pass along to everybody here. Reaching into the table, grabbing a drink, downing it, and walking away as the patrons looked on in disbelief. Well, that's petty theft. A second video shows demonstrators smacking a white bicyclist. That's assault. The protesters then faced off against police outside the home of Mayor Bill Peduto, according to Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. No arrests were made during Saturday's protest. No way! But cops are investigating the two videos which have gone viral, a local ABC affiliate, WTAE-TV, reported. The tactic of browbeating outdoor diners has also been used at other cities across the country, including in Washington, D.C. Hey, you gotta wonder if some of this shit was planned because, hey, New York, yeah, we can open up for outdoor dining only. Hey, we can't come into the restaurant, but we can do outdoor dining. And now Pittsburgh does more outdoor dining. Chicago is doing more outdoor dining. I don't think it's a requirement in Chicago, but they're doing more of that. So, you gotta wonder if some of the shit was planned or if it's just people taking advantage of a good situation. So that's what we see up off of this here. That's two crimes right there. And if the guy took a drink, then his face was revealed. So go after the fucker. I don't know. That's what I would be saying to all of this. Let's keep going here. From CBS News, Kamala Harris meets with Jacob Blake's family in Wisconsin. From Jason Silverstein. And this comes after Jacob Blake actually made that wonderful statement. I gotta call balls and strikes on that statement. The fact that he's telling people to go out and stop committing crimes and turn their lives around so they don't wind up on the slab, paralyzed from the waist down. Good on him for that, at least. But let's see what Jason Silverstein has to say. Senator Kamala Harris privately met with Jacob Blake's family during a visit to Wisconsin on Monday. It was her first solo campaign trip. Yeah, she's the one campaigning, people. Don't ever let that slip out of your mind that she is the one that's campaigning since being nominated as Joe Biden's replacement. They're an incredible family. Oh, did I say replacement? I meant running mate. They're an incredible family, Harris told reporters during a tour of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers training facility in Milwaukee. And what they've endured, they do it with such dignity and grace. And they're carrying the weight of a lot of voices on their shoulders. The Democratic vice presidential nominee said that her message to Blake's family was to express concern for their well-being and, of course, for their brother and son's well-being, and to let them know that they have support. Vote for me, and you have support. I'm telling you. The Blake family's attorney, Benjamin Crump, said in a statement that Blake joined the hour-long meeting with Harris over the phone. Harris spoke individually with each family member about how they were handling the trauma and urged them to take care of their physical and mental health, Crump said. Crump said there was a moving moment when Blake told Harris that he was proud of her, and Harris said that she was also proud of him and how he's working through his pain. Never mind the fact that he finger raped his girlfriend, and now that she went back to him after smelling the finger and said, "Oh, it smells like you've been with other men." I would have probably held off on pride for that one. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing that he pulled through all of this, but yeah, I would have probably held off on pride for that one if it was me. I don't know about you guys, but if it was me, I would have probably held off on that one. Harris also spoke about plans she and Biden have to address bias and wrongdoing by police. Crump said she encouraged family to use their voices even through their pain to help America make progress to end systemic racism, Crump said. And that goes up off into the details of what happened with that. Yeah, I'm proud of you. You had a knife. You were able to walk away from a tasing, which meant you were on something, and you got shot in the back 7 times. Yeah, I'm proud of you. Jesus. What the hell is this world coming to? My God. What is this world coming to? So that's what we see off of that. Thank you to CBS for bringing that to our attention here. We got some election news coming up here. From the Daily Wire, a serious situation. Chief Justice John Roberts will decide 2020 election, Dick Morris predicts. From John Brown. Former Clinton campaign advisor Dick Morris predicted during a Sunday interview that the 2020 presidential election is going to drag out because of mail-in voting and end up being decided by Supreme Court Justice John Roberts. As Breitbart reported, Morris told the Cats Roundtable host John Catsimatidis, maybe, that while he believes it will appear that Trump wins in a landslide on election night, Democratic officials in swing states will manage in subsequent days to find millions of mail-in ballots in trunks and various other things in favor of Democratic nominee Joe Biden. Regarding whether the election's fallout will lead to civil war, Morris said, "Well, there certainly will be major conflict. I hope there won't be civil war, and it's serious enough that I don't take your question metaphorically. The blue state governors are mailing out tens of millions of ballots, and they're going to be returned with a vote on them, probably for Biden," Morris continued. "And those people will not go to the polls." Bullshit! Bullshit! Sorry, I had a little bit of a sneeze there. On election day. So what you're probably looking at is that you're going to have on election night a report that Trump carried all of the potential swing states, and they'll say that Trump has a 330 to 350 electoral votes and won in a landslide. Morris went on, and then day after day, week after week, you're going to find another million ballots counted here, another 500,000 there, another 250,000 in another place, and gradually these Democratic liberal secretaries of state who are in charge of the election in most of these blue states will say, "Oh, well, we're sorry. It turns out Biden carried Wisconsin, not Trump." Yeah, I definitely predict that in Wisconsin because that'll be 3 elections in a row that they pulled that shit. Morris foretold that then the Trump people will sue, but that suit will have to be in state court. The state court judges are largely liberal. Really? Because we still have a conservative majority on our state Supreme Court. And they're going to say, oh, we'll rule in favor of the state. Biden carried it. And then they'll probably go up to federal court, and the U.S. Supreme Court will eventually make the decision. And the entire election will be in the hands, literally, of John Roberts. And we'll see what he'll do. Well, no, that's actually not the case of what's happening in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is voting on its normal schedule. There's never needed to be a reason for an absentee ballot in Wisconsin, and we are voting normally in this state. So it'll go along the same pattern as it's done in everything else. Now, of course, with the pattern that we've seen, and I've talked about on this show, the same with Evers and the same with Karofsky, they will mysteriously, at the last second, after Biden and Trump run neck and neck throughout the day, which I do predict that's going to happen, they will mysteriously find a tub full of 3,000 mail-in ballots, or absentee ballots, rather, somewhere in a trunk of a car in Milwaukee. And, oh, all of a sudden, this is going to go for Biden. No, we can't talk about this anymore. Don't look over here anymore. Yeah, I definitely believe that's going to happen. And it'll happen at the end of election night, too, by the way. So that's something to keep in mind as we go along and we look at election night here. But, yeah, like I said to Elaine last night, I think for the most part, most of the states across the country, including the swing states, are holding their elections as normal. People are going to be going to the polls no matter what. But the ones that are doing the massive mail-out ballots are going to be your California, New York, Massachusetts, I think, Illinois. Places that were going to go for Biden anyway. Yes, there's a train going by. You are correct. I have the windows open because it is fantastic out there right now. 52 degrees. So, yeah, that's something to think about. The fate of the election is going to be in the hands of John Roberts. That'll be amazing. The swing voter on the court. What are we going to do? What are we going to do in January when nobody knows what the fuck happened? I don't know. We're going to keep going, though. We got a few from ABC, but I was able to space them out here. So let's see what ABC News has to say. Some older Americans committed to voting in person despite COVID, from Karma Ellen. So this will be the other side of this one here. And we do have a nice big chunk of coronavirus news to go through as well. From Karma Ellen, though. Clydell Way, a New Jersey college professor and veteran educator, fought hard for civil rights in the 60s, laying down in front of bulldozers in her teenage years to defy developers who refused to hire people of color. Now, at age 71, she looks back at the battle she waged, protesting at segregated lunch counters and rallying community voters, and it all seems to be on the line amid fears that votes will be suppressed in the 2020 general election, either through restrictions such as ID laws. Oh my fucking god. They're still going to come out and do this bullshit too. Or issues with voting by mail as the coronavirus pandemic rages. It really feels like a lot of it coming back, and there's a lot of evilness behind it. We have to realize that everyone does not want to vote. Or does not want you to vote, rather, Way told ABC News. So they're going to put up barriers, but that lets me know that we need to vote now even more than before. I don't care what the risks are right now. Stand 6 feet apart and put your mask on and put your gloves on and you go vote. Way is one of the senior citizens planning to either vote in person or via a secure drop box in November, despite the pandemic and the risks to older people, citing concerns stemming about the country's mail-in and absentee voting system. For the most part, election officials are expecting a surge in mail-in ballots as more people avoid voting in person due to coronavirus risks, although many, including Way and her church community, have vowed to hand-deliver their ballots to ensure that they're counted. With millions of Americans slated to cast their ballots by mail in an effort to avoid the virus or because they live in a state that has all mail-in voting, fears have emerged that ballots will not be delivered or counted because of postal service in crisis. And President Trump and his allies have also stoked concerns, without substantiation, that there will be widespread voter fraud as a result of mail-in voting. then why are you trying to change the technology at the last fucking second? If it's that important to you, then stop trying to change the technology at the last second. Because all you're going to do is stoke confusion. And the only reason at this point I can see you trying to change the technology without testing it at the last fucking second, after Fauci said that you can go to vote, after Birx said you can go and vote, is because you don't think you're going to like the outcomes. So, and like I said, I am planning on going and voting in person. As much as they try to text me and tell me, oh, well, can we count on your absentee vote? Which is voter intimidation, by the way. And I pointed that out to the woman that was texting me on that one. No. The polling place is 3,000 yards over there. I am going to walk over there. I don't even think it's 3,000 yards. I think it's like 1,000 yards. Either way, it's like 1,000 yards over there. I'm going to walk over there. I'm going to vote. I'm going to walk back over. I'm going to get in my truck and go to work. Maybe I'll throw my my Gadsden mask on. I don't know. We'll see. But that's that's what we're going to be doing here. So that's what we'll see from that here. Let's keep going. From the New York Post, Trump asks muffled reporter to remove mask. Is rebuffed from Stephen Nelson. President Trump on Monday asked a reporter to remove his mask while asking the question, but the journalist instead offered to speak louder. Trump told Reuters reporter Jeff Mason that his face mask muffled his question during an outdoors North Portico press conference. Mason, a former president of the White House Correspondents Association, I have a hiccup there, which requires reporters to wear masks during the coronavirus pandemic, politely rebuffed Trump. You're going to have to take that off, please. Just, you take it off. How many feet are you away? Trump said. Mason countered, I'll speak a lot louder. Trump objected. Well, if you don't take it off, you're very muffled. So if you would take it off, it would be a lot easier. Mason insisted. I'll just speak a lot louder. Is that better? Trump, visibly annoyed, said, It's better. Yeah, it's better. Trump previously failed to persuade Mason to remove his face mask during a Rose Garden press conference in late May. Can you take it off? Because I cannot hear you, Trump told Mason in May. When Mason offered to speak louder instead, Trump said, You want to be politically correct? Mason, who Trump praised in the past, often defends the independence of the press corps. I don't think any of us came here for a lecture about our questioning, he told former acting intelligence director Richard Grenell at a press briefing on Friday, defending another journalist. On Monday, some journalists did remove their masks, including a correspondent for One America News and a reporter for The Guardian. You sound so clear, as opposed to everyone else, Trump told The Guardian's correspondent. So, yeah. And I saw some of this too when I was down in Kenosha. On the day that I forgot to turn my microphone on. When I went to the press conference, people were out there wearing the masks because they were shoulder to shoulder in protest, and some of them weren't wearing the mask, but they were still up there shoulder to shoulder and trying to talk into the bullhorn with the mask on, and nothing was coming through. Nothing was coming through. We couldn't hear anything off that press conference, but be it as it is. They want you to wear it all the time, so we have to figure out what to do about that. All right, let's keep going here from ABC News. Some good news. Coronavirus news, U.S. reports under 30,000 new cases for the first time since June. From Morgan Windsor and Emily Shapiro. I wonder if she talks fast like this, you guys. And I wonder if she likes Birch Gold. Everybody should get their Birch Gold. Currency may be worthless at this point. Gold is always worth something, so get your Birch Gold. They're the best. They fund my retirement, and they fund everything else on the show. And they were one of our first sponsors, so go ahead and get your Birch Gold. A pandemic of the novel coronavirus has now killed more than 893,000 people worldwide. Citation needed, please. Over 27.3 million people across the globe have been diagnosed with COVID-19, the disease caused by the new respiratory virus, according to data compiled by the Center for the Systems Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University. The criteria for diagnosis through clinical means or lab tests has varied from country to country. Still, The actual numbers are believed to be much higher due to testing shortages, many unreported cases, and suspicions that some national governments are hiding or downplaying the scope of their outbreaks. Since the first cases were detected in China in December, the virus has rapidly spread to every continent except Antarctica. No way! It hasn't spread to the continent where nobody fucking lives? The United States is the worst affected country with more than 6.3 million diagnosed cases and at least 189,226 deaths. Citation needed, please. Especially given the fact that China stopped testing people. Oh, US is asshole. We just stopped testing and we have no more cases now. Ha 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 ha. That was probably racist. California has the most cases of any US state, with more than 741,000 people diagnosed, according to Johns Hopkins data. Citation needed, please. California is followed by Texas and Florida, with over 659,000 cases and over 648,000 cases, respectively. Citation needed, please. Nearly 170 vaccine candidates for COVID-19 are being tracked by the World Health Organization, 6 of which are in the crucial Phase 3 trials, which makes sure that the 5G tracker that they carry in them stays activated once it's injected in your arm. Wojcicki's going to shut me down at some point here. But yeah, we are down below 30,000 confirmed cases, which means prospective cases, because remember we watched we listened to the article yesterday where, this woman's been dead for 6 months, and yet she died in February, and yet she got tested for COVID-19 in June and came back positive. These numbers are fucky. I don't believe a word of anything that anybody's saying about this anymore. But even the mainstreams are coming out and saying that we're under 30,000 new cases and this is on the downswing. And I heard some people come out and say that, it's on the downswing right now, but we're going to have that second wave again. Bitch, we're on the second wave. We're on the second wave at this point. There would be the third wave, and I don't think we're going to get that either. Unless, of course, you go and do shoulder-to-shoulder protesting without masks and then don't allow contact tracers to ask if you've ever been to a protest or not. I wonder where that would happen. All right, just 3 more, and then we'll do Twitter trending. From Yahoo News, China shows off COVID-19 vaccines for the first time. China has put its homegrown coronavirus vaccines on display for the first time, as the country where the contagion was discovered looks to shape the narrative surrounding the pandemic. High hopes hang on the small vials of liquid on show at Beijing Trade Fair this week. Vaccine candidates produced by Chinese companies Sinovac Biotech and Sinopharm. Neither has hit the market yet, but the makers hope that they will be approved after all-important Phase 3 trials as early as year-end. A Sinovac representative told the AFP his firm has already completed the construction of a vaccine factory able to produce 300 million doses a year. With suicide nets outside because we'll be working people 19 to 20 hours a day with no breaks, no food, and we'll be whipping them if they try to go outside of this or try to get out of working or try to get sick or anything else like this. And you know that we'll be demanding that they take the coronavirus vaccine as well. You don't get a choice in this. And if you don't take it, we'll line up everybody who refuses to take it and we'll shoot every third one. So the other 2 get the picture. This is how China operates, people. China, which is facing a storm of foreign criticism over its early handling of the pandemic, has been trying to repurpose the story of COVID-19. Yes, they've been trying to repurpose the story of COVID-19 into, United States asshole! State media and officials are now emphasizing the revival of Wuhan, the central Chinese city, where the deadly pathogen surfaced. Deadly. As a success story in the fight against the virus. They're touting the progress on domestic vaccines as a sign of Chinese leadership and resilience in the face of unprecedented health threat that has pummeled the global economy. Okay, it's not really leadership if you shoot all the dissenters. That's not leadership. That's tyranny. They're also touting the progress on domestic vaccines as a sign of Chinese leader. I read that one already. In May, President Xi Jinping pledged to make any potential vaccine developed by China a global public good. Yes, we will enslave our people in this country so that we can put our Chinese vaccine into the arms of every human being on the planet, especially over in the U.S. What the fuck do they think? Do they think we don't know what happens in China? No. I'm not taking a Chinese vaccine. I'm not taking a COVID vaccine. I don't take the fucking flu vaccine. I don't care who develops it. I'm blown away that I let them give me the MMR vaccine when I was in middle school. But of course, at that age, you really don't have much of a choice, and they're feeding you all the propaganda that it's actually good anyway. So yeah, that's what we'll see up off of this here. China. We make best vaccine, and you must take. All right, now I've got one in bad taste here from ABC News. Parkland shooting victim made into cutout at MLB games to raise gun violence awareness. You understand why I don't watch the MLB anymore? It's shit like this. From Katie Kindlen via Good Morning America. Amid the smiling fans seen as cardboard cutouts supporting their favorite baseball team during the crowdless season due to the coronavirus pandemic, one stands out. The face of Joaquin Oliver, a 17-year-old victim. Dude, he was fucking 17. Stop politicizing a child. Of the 2018 shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida that killed 17 students and staff members, has been seen in the crowd at 14 different ballparks this season, from Oracle Park in San Francisco to Citi Field in New York. The cutouts of Joaquin were placed in baseball stadiums by the Change the Ref, the nonprofit organization formed by his parents, Manuel and Patricia Oliver, to raise awareness about mass shootings and bring an end to gun violence. 1 second. There, that takes care of that. The MLB initiative is called 83 Strikes and No Outs because, according to the Change the Rep, there have been 83 additional school shootings and 0 changes to federal gun laws since a teen gunman walked into Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14, 2018 and killed Joaquin and 16 of his fellow students, teachers, and coaches. Yeah, I've looked through that list of what they call school shootings. Matt Christensen did a really good video on this a couple years ago over all the school shootings that we had in 2017 or 2018 or whatever the fuck it was. And most of them turned out, I mean, one of them was an accidental discharge. One of them was a dude shooting himself in a building that used to be a school but is no longer a school. And they counted that as a school shooting. One of them was a training exercise in a police academy where an accidental discharge went on. And it was a bunch of stupid shit like that. Trust me, if there were 83 additional school shootings, they would have capitalized on the news media. You would have heard every one of these, and they would have been weeks on the news media. And yet, we heard crickets on that shit. So, yeah, this is just in horrible taste. This is disgusting. Like I said, he was a kid. But that's what they have to do to try and get attention to shit, I guess. Alright, last one here. A little bit of general interest, but a good one from the Daily Wire, which once again, we're not inundated with politics today, so we can actually cover some of these other ones too. From Tim Pierce, a number of young adults living with their parents is highest on record. The share of young adults ages 18 to 29 is at its highest level ever recorded, beating the previous record set in 1940 at the end of the Great Depression. By Instagram, they're about to cut off here. Pew Research measured the share of young people living with at least one parent in the household at 52% in July. The first time that stat included a majority of young Americans was several months prior in April, when 51% said that they were living with a parent. The coronavirus outbreak in the U.S. triggered widespread shutdowns in March as state governments shuttered large parts of the American economy, forcing millions out of jobs and choking opportunity for millions more ready to enter the workforce of high school or college. Since February, the number of young adults living with their parents has increased by 2.6 million, up to 26.6 million. The hardest hit demographic are those ages 18 to 24 and those that are white. Pew notes that the share of young adults living with at least one parent is the highest on record, though not necessarily higher than at all times during the Great Depression. Before 2020, the highest measured value was in the 1940 census at the end of the Great Depression, when 48% of young adults lived with their parents. The peak may have been higher during the worst of the Great Depression in the 1930s, but there is no data for that period. States continue to process hundreds of thousands of unemployment claims every week. It's unclear how many of those are new applicants or state labor agencies catching up on backlogs after the systems were overrun with applications in the first few weeks of the shutdowns. In some positive news for the economy, the unemployment rate has continued to tick down after hitting a high of nearly 15% in April. On Friday, the Department of Labor reported that the unemployment rate ticked down to 8.4% in August. Labor Secretary Eugene Scalia cheered on the news, saying economic recovery is outpacing experts' predictions. The experts watching the job markets were saying we wouldn't get there until maybe late next year, Scalia said in an appearance on Fox News on Monday. Under the last administration, during the so-called Great Recession or last economic downturn, it took 34 months and nearly 3 years to get unemployment down under 8.5%, Scalia continued. The president, the country, we have done it in 4 months, so it's a very strong trend. On Friday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took another tack, saying in a statement that the jobs report is a sign that Congress must act to blunt economic fallout from the coronavirus. She blamed Republicans for alleged inaction. And yeah, of course, there are problems right now, and I mean, a lot of parents had their houses paid off or close enough to paid off where the little bit of a lull in mortgage payments is helping them. So there's some good things that go along with this, but on top of everything else, I mean, nobody can get evicted. That's something you do have to keep in mind. But people do know that they'll be responsible for the back rent by the time all this blows over. So that's something to keep in mind. I haven't missed a rent payment yet at this point because I know I don't want to try and come up with that backlog at the end. I don't want to try and come up with 6 months of rent all at once at the end. Fuck that. But I've never understood the thought of living with your parents after the age of 18. I can't understand that for the life of me. You're 18. You're an adult. You complained the whole time that you were growing up that once you get out on your own, once you're making your own rules, things are going to be different. That you can't wait to get out and live on your own so you can make your own rules. And then you go back and live with your parents. I don't understand it. I understand that under the Obama economy, that was exacerbated by the Bush economy that came before it. I understand that gave a lot of people problems, but there's got to be a drive to get out of your parents' house. There's got to be that drive to go out and get out on your own, and I don't understand the lack of having the drive to do so. I went out with just a little personal anecdote here before we read Twitter trending. I went out with a girl for a little while, on and off for a couple of years. The day before we went on our first date, she went out and bought a brand new Hyundai Elantra. Brand new. This was 2010, I think. But it was funny to me. Like, I had, at the time I had a $500 beater that I was driving around in. And it could get me everywhere they needed to go. It could get me back and forth to everything. But I lived on my own. And that was the thought that just kept reeling through my mind throughout this entire thing was, okay, you still live with your parents, but you just bought a brand new car. The down payment that you put on for your brand new car could have been a security deposit on an apartment, on a cheap place, even close to your parents. And what was she, 23 when we met? Yeah, 23. So I don't understand it. The priorities are gone. I also have a friend of mine, and that was a different situation as well, where he and his fiance lived with her parents. I think up until they got married. I think they were married briefly while they lived at her parents' house as well. But yeah, I don't understand any of this. I can't wrap my head around any of it. But it's what works best for people, I guess. I can't fault anybody for living what works best for them. But I don't understand the lack of drive. All right, and that's going to be it for news today. And the last thing that we do on a Tuesday is do Twitter trending. Oh, that was a chart of... That's the COVID chart, by the way, the one that I have up on the background here. Gray dots equal 1,000 residents that have not been confirmed positive or negative in the state. So it's pretty much the residents of the state. Green dots is 1,000 negative tests. Blue dots are 1,000 positive tests. And red dots are 1,000 deaths, which you can barely see the red dots anywhere on this map. So that'll put things into perspective off this, but we're not here to look at what the last thing I was looking at on Twitter. We're here to do Twitter trending. So let's go and do that. Oops. I'm going to move my phone. Show more. The Instagram feed is over, so I can move that. I don't want to connect. What the fuck? I want to see the trends. There we go. Trending. Technical difficulties. All right. Odell is trending #1 on Twitter today. I'm finna use the bathroom. Odell Beckham Jr. saying no. Poo Session receiver Odell Beckham Jr. allegedly likes being double covered by Pro Bowl backs on fecal first downs, according to Chiefs BM Slim Danger, 1,000% committed to being a Cleveland Brown. Okay, I don't know what happened with this, and of course, I don't follow football anymore, so there's probably something that happened. Oh, there's audio. Let's have a listen. Wrong cursor.
Yeah, go, baby. You can't. You gotta.
Odell
You
Beckham.
can keep it. Bombs.
Okay, I will tell y'all the story.
Oh, allegedly.
Allegedly.
We're avoiding
Allegedly.
lawsuits here.
Yeah, allegedly.
We're dodging.
Okay. Yes, he loves
Tell
to be
the tea.
shitted on.
Woo.
Okay, that was my first time ever. I never
You
thought...
did it? You actually
No,
did
I
it?
actually couldn't shit. Okay, I couldn't shit. Okay, I could not
I don't think
shit.
I could shit on demand
I
either. What the fuck?
I could not do it. That was something like I'm a wild
weird.
ass. I
Yeah.
could do some freak asshole shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But the shit part, you
You
can't just do that to me like on the spot. What?
Like
shit
shit
on
right
me.
now.
Okay, he wanted me to come on a plane. And he was like, make sure you don't have any underwear. Don't take a shower for 24 hours. I'm like, damn, what the fuck you on? But he was like, take a picture. This is how I got thrown out. He was like, take a picture of me. You
Okay, I officially don't care anymore. Stupid celebrity gossip. That's all we have here. And I have to watch the right cursor here when I'm turning the audio on, off and on. All right, let's keep going then. Next trend. Star Trek United gives... Let's see what this is. In celebration of Star Trek Day, every person who tweets hashtag Star Trek United gives at CBS All Access will donate $1 to organizations who champion equality, justice, and the pursuit of scientific advancement. No thanks. I got a feeling that this wasn't just a organic trend. No thanks, I'll just give it to them directly if I want them to have money. Send Keebler Magic is #3 trending. My wife Cassandra deserves a bouquet of cookies because her son just turned 14 months old and she has been. Is this all advertising today? I mean, Odell Brown, obviously not, but she's been the absolute best stay at home mom, especially through the COVID struggle. Send Keebler Magic, #promo. So apparently Keebler is doing a promotion of some sorts with a bouquet of fudge stripe cookies. Man, I miss fudge stripe cookies. Maybe I will send something else out like that, though. I know somebody that deserves some of that. All right. Number 4. Tuesday Thoughts, Tuesday Morning, Tuesday Motivation. We will skip. And we will look at Woojin. Dear Stays, all the fandoms are here for you. We're sorry about the whole Woojin issue. We know you trusted and cried for him, but he broke the trust you once had. Just know that even if fandoms don't always get along, right now we're here for you. Stay strong, loves. What the hell is Woojin? Remember when people said they didn't want to listen to the 2020 version of Says songs because Woojin is singing, and now people are diving over to the 2020 version because he's not singing? New Stays. Who is Woojin? Were they 9? Me? Okay. I have no idea what Woojin is. Okay. Anyway. No idea. Jungwoo. And that'll be the last one we read for the day. Don't you fucking dare say Jungwoo was involved. OP confirmed. Only Woojin. Don't drag STR4Y Kids or NCT. I don't understand anything that's going on here. Am I old? Is that what happened? I mean, I'm 36, but did I get old? Lee Taeyong is innocent. He's not involved. Kim Jong-woo is innocent. He is not involved either. Please just let them breathe. Lie like this can ruin their life. We love you, Taeyong Jung-woo. Okay, who are these chicks? I don't know. I don't know anything that's going on with this, but that's apparently what's top trending on Twitter right now. So, that's what we'll see up off of this, and that's what we'll close on apparently. So, I have not made a decision right now if I'm going to do gaming tonight or on Thursday again. It seemed to work a little bit better on Thursday, so I might just move it up to Thursday instead. But regardless of whether I do it tonight or on Thursday, we will be back here tomorrow with more contemporary. And we'll read about something that I'm thankful for. Until then, I'm Jay Edgar, and this is Contemporary. Take care.